Testing that everything is working fine. I'm gonna start. Testing that everything is working fine. Okay. The topic today is Viking art, but it is going to be very short. Like this presentation is going to be very short, and then I will talk about Norse mythology, Finnish mythology, and Celtic mythology with a little bit of Arthurian mythology and a little bit of medieval mythology, but just focusing mostly in Norse, Finnish, and Celtic. In next times when I start with Christian art in Europe, then I will talk more about the Bible and other literature works from Middle Ages and then Renaissance, Baroque, and such. But for now, I start with Europe, but just focusing in the pre-Christian mythology, the pre-Christian European mythology. So this time I will do the presentation since it is going to be very short. I don't think I will take very much, and then I will go to the mythology topic. Okay, I start. The Viking art is developed in the Nordic countries and their areas of influence during the Viking era between the 8th and 12th centuries. It is part of the German zoomorphic style developed from late Roman art influences, Celtic art, and motifs of the peoples of the steppes of Asia. Most of the best examples since the beginning of the Viking Age have been found in tombs, especially jewelry and weapons, while later the Viking art is better represented in silver objects in the development of cities, Scandinavian, and runestones. Scandinavian, I think here is missing a word. Scandinavian churches, I guess. Well, Broa Oseberg. It takes the name from the tomb of a man in Broa, Gotland, Sweden, and the tomb of a woman in Oseberg, Norway. In Broa there were bronze pieces. In Oseberg was found the richest Viking tomb. The woman was in an ornamented ship with funerary offerings, animal era in ornamentation with beads. Oseberg ship, a Noah's ship decorated with zoomorphic details with a post with dragon head. It has two skeletons, one of a woman of 70 years old and another of 30 years old. The identities are unknown, but there are some theories, since this can be the queen Asa Haraldsdottir to a priestess, being the young one a person sacrificed to accompany the other high-ranked person. There it was found also a chariot. It was also found a chariot and a bed. Now it's when I put picture. I think I should put at least a map. So Viking Scandinavia map. I can put this map, yes. Something random. Doesn't need to be that realistic since it's not that important. Okay, now the Oseberg ship. These are the different styles. This is the ship. These are details of the ship. Other decorative works, more pieces with zoomorphic and vegetal motifs. So these are more pictures of the excavation and such, and these are ornamented pieces. From here I'm going to put this thing at least as decoration. Oseberg decoration. Let's see if I can put everything. Probably not. This one, okay. Or not. No. I just skipped that. Okay, that's fine. Borre. The name is due to a funerary ship found in Borre, Norway. It developed from Browser style, use of bright in chain that form geometric figures, more beasts. Like this heavy bronze pendant, this is one example. Next two images are also example, like these ones. The other one is this. Gosford cross, the great Anglo-Saxon cross, has a rich decoration, but episodes of Norse mythology. You can see the punishment of Loki, Fenris and Heimdall, and Vidar fighting Fenris. I'm not going to talk about mythology yet, but this is the cross. Sorry. Here, Vidar fighting against Fenris. Punishment of Loki. Here is the snake throwing the poison and the wife is trying to catch the poison. Fenris and Heimdall. Heimdall because has the horn. These pictures are worth adding. Loki, this is Heimdall, and this is the other, the Vidar detail. Okay, so this, and this. Manx runestones of Isle of Man. The style reached the British Islands. There are lots of them with rich decoration and inscriptions. The third that appeared is called Thorvald Cross. Thorvald Cross. Ellos remove it. Want to put at least one or two of these drawings. Jellinge. The name is due that in the beginning it was applied to the Jellinge objects, but these later were catalogued as Mame style. So Jellinge style is characterized by stylized animal figures with long bodies in S form in profile view. Also there are plant and geometric decoration. Mostly decorations. These kind of things. Mammen style. The name is due to discoveries in a funerary chamber in Jutland, Denmark. Appear animals in spiral forms and plant decoration. Mammen axe, one of the most important manifestations. It appears a figure of a beard and a human face. I know that this text is not the best, but it's just that it was part of the description of videos, so I had to kind of write in an economic way. This is Mammen axe. Well, this is reconstruction, obviously. Cunegunda chest, richly decorated in walrus ivory, coming chest, a replica of the disappeared chest. This Cunegunda chest, and this is the coming chest. Cunegunda chest. And the other one. Coming chest. Jelling runestones. These are the runestones of Gorm the Old. They have inscriptions, and Harald Blatant runestones. It had color, and you see the human implant decoration. These are the Jelling stones, and the Harald Blatant is this one. Let's see how I do this. Actually, these crosses, I'm not very sure. Jellinkirche. Jellinkirche is Jelling Church. Let me search for this. Okay. Jellinger runestones. It's from the same place, I suppose. This one is nice to see how it is, how they are preserved. Then the horror Platon. Ringerike style. Expansion of the tradition of runestones. The name is taken from an archaeological site. The style has animals and plant decoration well defined or geometric figures that surround the animal figure of more size. Lions and bears, usually crowned, decoration in cross shape, symmetry is important. So there are a weathervane. It was a copper piece that later was goldened, probably used as the prow of a drakkar or similar ship, well decorated with animal forms. Other two examples of these pieces are the Kalunge weathervane and the Hegen weathervane. This is the Soderala thing. I'm going to put the other two pictures also just in the next one. Soderala weathervane. Bankstone, it was in the exterior of the Bankstavkirke that was translated to Poland along with the stone. It is a backboard irregular stone with bands, leaves, and a lion. And Ronstov, the St. Paul churchyard in London, it was identified as a Viking sepulchre tombstone. It has a lion and a serpent fighting with runic inscriptions in the exterior edge. It has rest of polychromy, so it was painted. Both ones in next. So this is the Bankstein and the, what is this? This one. Oh, this is the reconstruction. Well, the I'm going to try to put both, but probably can't. If I put this like this, then it's too much. Stone, and then this. I think after this, lots of bronzestones. Ringerike, Urnes, yes. Ringerike, there are mostly stones. This is called Stone of the St. Paul Churchyard. Runestones of Greece, they are mostly in Sweden, and they talk about travels that the Scandinavian people did to the Roman Byzantine Empire. The runestones have inscriptions with words related with Greece. Runestone of Greece, different examples. And next one are Varangian runestones. These ones talk about travels to the east of Scandinavia, like the current Russia or Ukraine. There are other runestones about travels to Italy, but not very important. Okay, let's see how I put so many runestones now. Going to assume this. Varangian, these are decorative objects. Okay. This is how it's going to be. Now the Varangian. And that's all. I'm not going to add more. Urnes. The name was taken for the decoration of Urnestadskirke. It is an elegant and vigorous style. Thin animal figures with slender extremities, long neck and stylized head with almond-shaped eyes. Also animals like serpents or dragons. Asymmetry, interlaced patterns in thin lines in S or H form. This is the Urnestadskirke. Very soon I will start talking about the Stavkirkes. The decoration of this Stavkirke, Urnes, is what seems serpents and an animal below. It is interpreted as fight between good and evil, but also the fight between the dragon Nidhogg, knowing the roots of Yggdrasil, and it has relation with the Anglo-Saxon and Celtic manuscripts like the Gospel of Lindisfarne. Early urnes, here are the England runestones. Okay, now here are more runestones, so I'm going to put the decoration. This is the manuscript. I'm going to put the Urnestadskirke now, since I will put that picture later. Well, I could put it both like very small. I'm going to put here the manuscript, or no. Just like this. I'm going to put here the manuscript, or okay, I have a better idea. Spell of Lindisfarne. Early urnes, here are the England runestones and the Orchestra runestones, also the Ligsberg runestones. Mid urnes or monies and good tables. I couldn't find any image. Late urnes, extremely thin animals, and I suppose by money it means coins. Extremely late urnes, extremely thin animals and circular drawings, Upland runestone and Harlavanke runestones. Urnes Romanesque, the tradition of runestone disappeared. Golden altar of Lipser in Denmark. Here Christianism starts. So early urnes, this the English runestones and the Orchestra runestones, these were runestones. Upland, Harlavanke, and the Ligsberg art. Okay. One for England, one for Orchestra, one for Ligsberg. Ligsberg. Continues. Upland runestone. Stop Kirke now. Good timing. Kirke is a wooden church, more commonly pine wood. They are mostly in Norway. The construction technique is stabber, that is stabbed circular posts sustained to a squared mark. So there are type 1 and type 2. These are for decoration. Okay. Type A. Churches of only one nave. Simple, only one rectangular nave and a choir almost square. It was the most common style in the 12th century. Stavkirke of Halvdalen and Hedared. Of central post, Mismaskirke. In the center there is a post that reaches the ceiling. Stavkirke of Høyjord, Nore and Uppdal. Long church, Langkirke, rectangular plain with nave and choir in the same width. Stavkirke of Quernes and Rodven. Let's see how I do this. I suppose one for each subtype. First one's on Halkdalen and Edared. And I'm going to put the interior also. Halkdalen. Have the feeling I'm going to close and open again. Next ones. For your this was the central post. Yes. For your Nore, Uppdal. Uppdal I'm going to put it, but this one is nice. This is too big. Yes, okay. So Uppdal. I just cut this one. Hello, good afternoon. Uppsal. And next ones, Squareness and Broadbent. Type B. Churches with a raised roof. 3 naves churches with central room called mitron surrounded by ambulatory or omgang. The biggest one is Hedal. Kaupanger group. The post of the central church form archery. The decoration seems inspired in Romanesque art. Stabkirke of Kaupanger, Urnes, Hopperstad, and Lom. Borgum group, the central posts are interconnected among them by straps in X form. Stabkirke of Borgum, Gol, Hege, Hore, Lomen, Ringebu, and Oye. A lot of ones to put now. Header one is when this one is going to have a few pictures. This is from the interior. Okay, just this one. This picture is very nice. Kaupanger, Urnes, Hopperstad, and Lom. To put the interior of Lom because it deserves, and I think this one also. Oh, this one I think I put it later. Long, because later I talk a bit about decoration, so I can put more pictures of decoration. No, the Borgund group. Borgund, Gol, Hege, Horelomen, Ringebuan, Oye. This is an interior, but I am searching for other. This. Two, two, and two. Goal. Maybe. Warrior. Lawman. Ringewu. And Oye. I'm going to put at least one interior. Warrior. Yes, the whole one. All jeque. I'm going to put interior of that one. This interior. Next to Ore. Lomen. This one. Okay, I put this picture. I'm going to change. Bring the wool. And oye. This is Stabkirk of Bang. Stabkirk of Bang because decoration, and if you remember, here is the Stone of Bang. And these are decorations. Decoration. It is principally in portals and posts, influence of runestones in the development of urne style. Portals that are many-types, simple portal, use of profiles and pilasters. Pillar portal is got columns of middle columns that sustain a pointed arch, like in Borgund. Bank-time portal, many decorations, two tables flanking the entering with lintel. Urnes portal, curved lines forming cores and playing with strong and thin lines asymmetry. Romanesque style portals of second half of the 12th century. They use plant decoration with dragons, lions, and Ugle mask. Eagle mask, I suppose. With symmetry, like the one of the Lost Stabkirke of Tonjum. Like portals with Gothic details. And finally, iconography, monumental inks, presence of dragons and lions in fine attitude, painting in woods, use of canopies. It is an imported art from Europe. See what pictures I put from this. This is Borgun color, so I just write Borgun and that's all. And this I write pound. Urnes I already put before, so. And here there is something I wanted to add. And I save it for this moment. This. Overstat painting. Other constructions. For Skotskisko Garden, forest cemetery that adapts to the nature with some chapels and a crematory. In Sweden, they bury the rest after being incinerated. I really like this place. It looks very peaceful. At least 3 pictures. Porvoo, this cathedral is in Finland, similar to Gothic Nordic. Porvoo is this one. Romanesque Nordic presence of cemetery since in the Stavkirke also appears. Comparison with Ron stones. And then Lund and Trondheim. Gothic Nordic, presence of cemetery and great tower similar to the ones of the Stavkirke, Uppsala, Vadstena and Ystad. Uppsala, Vadstena, Ystad. Uppsala deserves a few pictures because Uppsala is one of my favorites. Uppsala, Vadstena and Ystad. This is another Vadstena and Ystad. In Denmark, there are two constructions. The Roskilde is very similar to Uppsala, Haderslev, and Roskilde. Roskilde is also one of my favorites. Haderslev and Roskilde. This is almost over. Other manifestation, golden jewelry from Hidden Sea, jewelry, Mjolnir, Thor's hat. hammer. Weapons, swords and axes, Hopperstad interior. This one was found in Hopperstad interior. Let's see what. Okay, Hopperstad interior. I will add it later. I mean before. Hopperstad. Forbund. I forgot what. Forgot in what one. This. First, I think this in the first ones. Hoyorno, Uppdal, Edal, Kopanger, Jordnes, again here. Hopperstad. And this is the painting thing that later will appear. And the last part, Edda manuscript with mythological images, Collingwood engravings. They are from mythological episodes, and Lauren Prolins more from mythological episodes. You will see it's like this kind of things. After this, then I will start talking about mythology. So what I'm going to do a short break after finishing this. There are more pictures like this. You can just search by yourself. Well, now when I talk about mythology, obviously I will search to illustrate. Albismal, Collingwood. And this is the string speed, I think. String speed. Lawrence Village. Okay, finished it. Now going to add the names for this. Also very This is the reason why I did the restart before. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to put. Hmm. Okay, this is going to be. I forget. I'm going to cut the format. Put the text here. What to do with this? It's smaller first. Okay, it's finished. Okay, I'm going to take a short break. When I'm back, I start talking about mythology. It's almost 2 hours. The stream is probably going to last 2 hours more. Between 1 or 2 hours more. Well, yes, I let this picture in the background. I'll be back in around 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let's go with mythology. I'm going to open something for text. So I can write the names of the books if you want to check them. So I'm going to talk mostly about 4 mythologies, not really 3, but it can be divided in more. So first with Germanic mythology, then Norse mythology, then Finnish mythology, then Celtic mythology, and then a bit about Arthurian and medieval. But about Arthurian and medieval, I'm just going to talk very, very quickly because I want to talk about mythology after reading the books, the original books, and I haven't read anything from Arthurian mythology or medieval mythology yet. So I'll just say a little bit. Okay, so starting with Germanic mythology. There is a book that is called Germania by Gallo Cornelio Tácito. I suppose it is spelled different in Latin, probably it's Tacitus or Caius Cornelius Tacitus, whatever. In this book, this is a Roman general or something. He talks about Germanic people and he mentions the gods in there. So there is not Tuisto, the god Tuisto. This is primitive divinity of the Germanic tribes. He was born from Earth and it is the father of Manus, and Manus is the first man. Son of Tuisto, from him, not this Manus, I suppose. Not this Manus. Son of Tuisto, from him the humans descend. His sons are Ing, Irmin, and Istide, the Germanic tribes. And then basically, from these stories, the most interesting for me are Beowulf, and then I read some poems about battles, laments, travels, riddles, runes, and such. Not much interesting to mention. There is one especially that is called Balder and Hildegun. Finding pictures of this pretty much impossible, I guess. I just put that just for doing something. Balder and Hildegun, they meet with the Huns from Asia. They steal their treasure. Then Gunther attacks to steal their richness. And Hagen is a servant of Gunther. At the end, there are different endings, like Balder dies or it's only hurt. This one mostly caught my attention because in my myths of the Alententa myths, I have a character named Balder, but I named this character as Balder before knowing that there is another character named Balder from mythology. So that was very funny. And about Beowulf, I'm going to talk more about him. In fact, there is a Beowulf movie. There is this movie Beowulf. I love this movie. For me, it's very loyal to the poem, except for a few things, but it is mostly very nice. So Beowulf is from Sweden, and he comes to Denmark because in Denmark there's the King Hrothgar, who has a hall of feast named Heorot, and when they are feasting, then the monster Grendel comes to kill everyone. So someone must kill Grendel, and then Beowulf goes to Denmark to kill Grendel, and at the end he kills Grendel. After killing Grendel, he has to kill the mother of Grendel, and after that, then Beowulf became king, and at the end he has to fight against a dragon, and he kills the dragon, but also the dragon kills him. So, well, I'm going to put some fragments of this movie, even if I know that probably copyright will be terrible, but anyway.
Are you the one they call Beowulf? Like
So this is supposed to be the mother of Grendel, and this is Beowulf. So here Beowulf's traveling to the... This is the dragon. This is Hrothgar. The only difference in the poem is that in the poem Beowulf kills the mother of Grendel, but in this film they invent some love story, like Hrothgar, like Grendel is the son of Hrothgar and the mother of Grendel, and then when Beowulf goes to kill the mother of Grendel, she seduces him and they have a son, and this son is the dragon. Well, this doesn't happen in the poem. In the poem Beowulf kills the mother of Grendel, but it's, for me, it's the only minor difference. The rest of the movie, for me, it's very nice. I'm going to find specific scenes. Beowulf in the sea. Like, let's see. 16. It is this, but it's obvious that the camera is weird. Let's see. I want to put the ship scene. Beowulf ship scene.
¡Escuchen! ¡Otra hoguera, pronto! Hay madera en los establos. Cremen a los muertos. Sellen el salón. Cierren las
Because
ventanas y
this
las
one,
puertas.
I will put this one, but it is.
¡Escuchen!
This is because copyright, obviously.
¡Escuchen!
It is like inverted. I don't know if you get my point.
¡Otra hoguera, pronto! ¡Ana, si- Te ofrezco Jesús,
Yes.
un héroe. ¡Vamos arriba! ¡Líbrame! ¿Ya viste la costa? ¿Se ven los guías de los daneses? No veo nada más que el viento y la lluvia. No hay guías, ni estrellas para navegar. ¡Nos perdimos! ¡Somos del océano! ¡El océano es mi madre! No me llevará de vuelta a su vientre oscuro.
I feel so weird with this. I felt very weird because the dub, because I watched this movie all the time in Spanish. I think
Can you see the coast?
maybe it was just the photogram that I thought that it is like inverted or something. I'm going to put this one. Sorry for this nonsense.
Hold your hands up! Can you see the coast? Can you see the Danes' guide fire? I see nothing but the wind and the rain! No fire! No stars by which to navigate. We're lost! Here into the sea! The sea's my mother! She'll never take me back to her murky womb! My mother was a fishwife in Upland. I was rather hoping to die in battle as a warrior should. Men are worried. Storm has no end, Beowulf. It's no earthly storm, that much is for sure. But this demon's tempest will not hold us out. If we really want in. Who wants to live? All your on! Let's see you do it! For Beowulf! For gold! For glory!
I love that scene. So I'm going to put also the Beowulf and Grendel fight. So they fight naked because this is also happens in the poem, because Beowulf is like, this monster doesn't have armor, doesn't have weapons, so I should also remove my armor, my weapons, and we will fight one by one. I'm going to skip this because copyright. I want to go as fast as possible.
Days are finished. Demon.
This is incredible.
It speaks. It speaks! I am Ripper, Tearer, Slasher, Gouger. I am the teeth in the darkness, the talons in the night. Mine is strength and lust and power. I am power!
That's what happens also in the poems. He breaks the arm. And to finish with Beowulf, I want to put a scene of the dragon. Like the debates. I just wanted to show also this part of the dragon. I really recommend you to watch this movie. It's Beowulf from 2007. Very nice movie, and the music is also very nice. For me, it's a wonderful movie. Anyway, let's go with Norse mythology now. So now I'm going to be searching for the gods and creatures and show images of every one of them, and after that then I'll go telling the myth. So then there is Odin, the god of wisdom, father of the gods. He has a horse named Sleipnir and two crowns that are named Hugin and Munin. Let's see if there is a... You see here the two crowns. I want to see if I find a picture with Sleipnir. It's a horse with many legs, I think like 8 legs or something. But it's born from Loki and something else, if I remember well. Then there is Thor. I wish Marvel, I don't want Marvel. Thor, mythology. This is Thor. With the Mjolnir, that is the magic hammer, god of thunder and such. Then Loki, the trickster. The trickster god. This Loki. Then there is Freya, goddess of beauty, of love. Another is Forseti, god of justice and laws. Then Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge. He has a horn. This is Heimdall, guardian of the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge between Asgard and Midgard. It's Heimdall also, and he has the horn. Skadi, goddess of winter and hunting. Njord, god of the storms and the seas. Idun, the goddess who protects the apples of immortality. Like, these gods are mortal and they have to eat apples of immortality to keep being young, to keep staying young. Another one is Freyr. This is the god of rain and fertility. Bragi, the god of poetry. He has an harp. Tyr, the god of war. He had to, well, this is part of a myth. He had to feed the great wolf Fenrir, and this is why he lost an arm. Balder, the god of beauty. When he dies, then this is the beginning of Ragnarok. Hela, the goddess of death and the underworld, and one of the daughters of Loki. He's like half alive and half corpse. And then the mythical creatures like Fenrir, the great wolf, son of Loki, Hormungand, the mythology, the great serpent, also son of Loki, and Thor and Jormungand have many fights, and at the end Thor will defeat it. Like you can see here, Thor against Jormungand. Then the other kid of Loki is Hela. Then there is the Valkyrias that are. I get so many pictures that I don't want. Valkyrie, like this, are the mythical women who take the fallen warriors to Valhalla. And also it is said that the Aurora Borealis, the northern lights, are the signing of their armors. More creatures, like the trolls, Norse mythology. These kind of trolls, like the trolls originate in Norse mythology. The Einherjar. These are the fallen warriors that now live in Valhalla, so they are the warriors of Valhalla. The warriors of Odin. The giants. There are three kinds of giants. They are the Jotuns. There are the rock or mountain giants, the ice giants, and the fire giants. Mountain, fire, and ice. Then the Kraken, this sea monster. Living trees. This also appears in the Celtic mythology. Well, later I'll go to this, but I mean living trees like the ants. I just put picture of the ants. Like the living trees also originate from Norse mythology and Celtic mythology and such. But of course they are not called ants. They are just like trees. Like the trees are alive. Then there is the Gulin Bursti. This is from a myth. I tell this myth since it is very quick. A golden boar forged by the dwarves Brock and Sindri because a competition that they had with Loki to make three treasures, one for Odin, other for Thor, another for Freyr. At the end, the boar is for Freyr. So this is the golden boar. Forged by dwarves. Nidhogg is a dragon that is biting the roots of Yggdrasil. Okay, now I go to Yggdrasil and the walls. Okay, this picture is nice. I'm going to put it bigger. Yggdrasil. Well, before I named it before the Bifrost. It is this the rainbow bridge between Midgard and Asgard, and then the different walls of Yggdrasil. So Yggdrasil is the tree of life, and in the roots is the dragon Nidhogg. Here there is this eagle. There are other animals around the tree. So there are different. What are these walls? And there is the Helheim. Here it is the home of Hela, guarded by the dog Garm. It is where there are the people who are dead because disease or old age. Then the Niflheim, the kingdom of darkness, where the dragon Nidhogg lives. Svartalfheim, where is that one? I suppose it is this one, because they have different names. This is the home of the dark elves and dwarves. Well, see, you see like there are dwarves. Here there are elves. I should mention later, but anyway, the elves are divided into the light elves and the dark elves. The light elves live in the forests and nature, and the dark elves live in the caves and mountains, just like dwarves. And the dwarves live in the mountains. They are associated with forge and metalwork and this kind of thing, just very similar to Tolkien. Okay, so this is a Svartalfaheim that is also called like this, Nidavellir. Muspelheim, the world of fire, the home of the fire giants. Being short, the most powerful. Then it is the Jotunheim, the home of the giants, of the mountains and ice. One of the main cities is Utgard, and here is where the king Thrym lives. Later, I will talk about the myth of Thrym. Before I show it a picture of the Thrym's vida. So well. Then there is Midgard, that is the world of humans. Then there is Alfheim, the world of the light elves. Vanaheim is the world of the Vanir, the gods of nature and fertility. And then there is Asgard, the home of the Aesir, the gods of wisdom and light, like the main gods. And here it is where Valhalla is. So between Asgard and Midgard there is a bridge that is the Bifrost Bridge. So well, I have said the Aesir and the Vanir, then the elves, I have already explained the dwarves. Then there is the myth of Ymir. This is the Norse mythology. The primordial giant in Norse mythology. So when he's dead, then it's like Earth and all the things in the world are born from him. Okay, and another thing that I forgot to say is the well of Urd, that is in the roots of Yggdrasil. Sorry, the well of Urd. It's like a well with waters for the roots of the tree. Just that. This is from Age of Mythology. Well, now some myths. Before I say them, just in case, there are the Edda is the general name for the text of the Norse mythology. There are two, the Poetic Edda and the Prosaic Edda. I love this book, especially the Poetic Edda. Poetic Edda is mostly about the myths of the gods, and then the Prosaic Edda is for the myths of the heroes. So I'm going to talk a bit about both, about the most interesting stories. So then there is the Voluspa. This is the prophecy of the divine, the prophecy of this prophecy is about the creation. This poem talks about the creation of the world and then about the end of the world. And it also talks about some things like how Odin got the wisdom and such. So here it says the divine explains how to get knowledge, how Odin got its knowledge and other secrets. She mentions the present and future events, like the death of Balder, the treason of Loki, and the end of the world, the Ragnarok. Ragnarok, the end of the world, it has different stages. I will talk about that a bit later. First, about the myths of the heroes. How Odin got the wisdom. Odin and well of Mimir. See if there is. Okay, this picture is nice. So Odin goes to the well of Mimir because if you drink from the water of this well, then you get the infinite wisdom, but you have to give something in exchange. So Mimir said, if you want wisdom, then you have to sacrifice one eye, and this is why Odin doesn't have one eye, but he has infinite wisdom. Albismal. Okay, these are now some stories involving the gods. Aldismal is creature like a dwarf or a troll or something. Alvis wants to marry with the daughter of Thor, but the daughter of Thor doesn't want, and Thor also doesn't want. So what Thor does is asking many questions, and if Alvis answers to all the questions, then he can marry. But Thor asks many questions until the day comes, and when the sun rays hit Alvis, he transforms into stone. Another that drinks Vida. This one is very funny. The giant Thrym steals the Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, and he says, if you want the Mjolnir back, then you must deliver Freya to me to marry. Freya is the goddess of love. So obviously Freya doesn't want, so Thor and Loki create a plan. Thor must disguise as a wife, as a woman, and then they go there. Thor marries with the giant, and when the giant gives him the Mjolnir as a wedding gift, then Thor removes the clothes and he starts to kill everyone. Harbard's I don't know how, I don't remember how to write Harbard's Jod or something like that. Harbard's Law Jod. Okay, it's this one. This is a man called Harbard that in reality is Odin. So there is a river, and in one side it is Harbard that in reality is Odin in disguise, and in the other side it is Thor, and Thor is asking Harbard to help for crossing the river, but then Harbard starts insulting Thor. This is also a very funny poem. Another, the Odrerir is the Honeymid of poetry. Actually, this is from the Odrerir myth. Odrerir is the Honeymid of poetry. So at some point there is a giant called Kvasir that he's killed, and the dwarves mix the blood of Kvasir with honey, and this is how they create the Honeymid. For some reason, Sutung and his daughter Gunlod get this Honeymid, and Odin wants the Honeymid. So he seduces Gunlod. Then he has access to the Honeymid. He steals the Honeymid and tries to take it to Valhalla. At the end, he succeeds, and the Odrerir became the drink of Valhalla. So this is the official drink of the Einherjar in Valhalla. By the way, I want to put a picture of Valhalla. Find a picture of Valhalla. Well, this is the bridge. I want Valhalla Mythology, not Valhalla the game. This, I suppose, the Hall of Valhalla. Okay, now, okay, yes, I talk about Ragnarok now, and for this I want to find Ragnarok. That's called. I think they have a. Yes, they have one. I'm going to use this video, but I'm going to explain very quickly first. So. Balder, if you remember, Balder, the god of beauty, is the god that is loved by everyone, and everyone swear that it's not going to hurt him, except something that I don't know how to say in English. Mistletoe, except mistletoe. So Loki is jealous and wants to kill him. So he tricks the brother of Balder, who is called Hodr, and that he is blind, to shoot an arrow of mistletoe to Balder, and this is how Balder is killed. Then Balder goes to hell, and the gods and everything is sad about it. So it is said that if everyone cries for Balder, then Balder is allowed to go out of hell. And everyone cries for him except Loki. And when they find that Loki is not crying for him, then they discover that this was all a plan by Loki, and then they punish Loki. Loki punishment. Well, I'm going to find it before. Death of Balder. Like there is this picture, like this painting, or this. And Death of Balder. Then the punishment of Loki. What is the punishment of Loki? They tie him to a rock and they put a serpent to spit poison to his face. And the wife is here trying to catch all the poison, but when this plate is filled, then she has to empty it, and then the poison falls to Loki. So this is the punishment. So then it reaches a point that everyone is tired. And then the evil creatures or gods and such, they want kind of revenge, and this is the beginning of Ragnarok. Ragnarok is the end of the world, and it starts with the Fimbul Winter. That is 3 years of winters. And then the great battle with the sons of Loki, the giants, monsters, and such. Many gods die in the process, even Odin, Thor, they die, and at the end, the surviving gods rebuild the world. I'm going to put this video because also it has very nice animations, I suppose. Yes, it has nice animations, but this video is going to explain Ragnarok very well, so I'm going to put it.
I'm Mike Rugnetta. This is Crash Course Mythology. Last week, we looked at Jewish, Christian, Zoroastrian, and Islamic apocalypse myths. And today, we're going to look at one apocalypse myth, one we've all been waiting for. The battle for the ages, the war to end all, the inspiration for no fewer than 11 metal bands, according to Encyclopedia Metallum. That's right. It's the Norse apocalypse, Ragnarok. Battles, earthquakes, fire, blood, a giant wolf, groaning dwarves, and Loki, who is the worst. That is, until he's not, because he dies. Oh, spoiler alert! In many versions of the Norse myths, Ragnarok is the conclusion of one Loki story that we've already covered. You might remember a few weeks ago when we talked about the beloved god Balder and his brother Hodor, how Loki tricked Hodor into killing Balder by throwing a dart made of mistletoe, and then Loki...
Wait. Loki. I want to show that one also. Let's see.
Hey there, I'm Mike Rugnetta. This is Crash Course Mythology, and today we're continuing and hides them and orders the baby to break every bone in Loki's body. Can outdo those of Ivaldi's. No problem. By the time it have to do. Loki brings the Ivaldi's treasures back to Asgard, reveal the new head of hair made from gold. Always near, folded in the drip from it greatly. Means that yes, Brock does have a right to his head, but that the bet didn't include any part of his neck. So he's welcome to the head, but only if he can get it without...
Let's see. Well, anyway, this is... Just pay attention to that animation. It was telling the how Balder is here.
Disguises himself as a stubborn frost giant lady in order to prevent Balder from escaping the underworld. Ugh. The nerve. That's where we left the story last time. And while Loki may have succeeded in getting rid of Balder, his pleasure is short-lived. When the rest of the Aesir, the Norse gods of the sky, figure out they've been duped, they fly into various rages, Loki gets scared, and poof, Amscrays out of Asgard way. The rest of the Aesir form a posse to bring Loki to justice. Loki decides to hide out in a cave near Franang's Falls. If anyone comes by, he can just transform himself into a salmon and hide in the churning water at the bottom of the waterfall. And sure enough, the Aesir posse shows up, Loki turns into a fish, and dives for safety. This is when Kvasir, the wisest of all the Aesir, pulls a Sherlock Holmes and notices a burned fish net in the remains of Loki's fire. Fish, he says to himself. Why would Loki be thinking about fish? So the gods make a new net, Thor uses it to drag the nearby water, and Loki is caught. So Aesir decide to not kill Loki, but to punish him. And boy, do they ever. First, they find Vali and transform him into a wolf. Then, Wolf Vali eats Loki's son, Narvi. Then, the gods take Narvi's entrails and use them to tie down Loki inside a cave while Skadi, goddess of skiing, hangs a snake from a stalactite above Loki's head, positioned so its venom will drop, bit by bit, right onto Loki's face. For eternity. Somehow, Loki's wife Sigyn arranges to stay with her husband, where she sits and uses a wooden bowl to catch the snake venom. But even so, whenever she gets up to empty the bowl, a few drops land right on Loki's face. Rinse and repeat, except with snake venom, for eternity. Or, as Crossley Holland put it, that is how things are and how things will remain until Ragnarok. This is actually where the timing gets a little complicated. The story of Ragnarok is obviously very old, but it was originally told as a prediction. This is how the world will end later. In theory, Loki is still tied up in that cave somewhere, like right now, trying to get snake venom off of his face. So the Ragnarok myth, it's less a story of something that already occurred and more like a script for something that's yet to come. According to myth, we'll know that Ragnarok is nigh because first we'll have Fimbulvinter, 3 long winters all in a row. Cold, bitter, unending winters that make people hungry and then hangry and then fight and kill each other. Brothers killing brothers, sisters killing sisters, whole families turning against one another, like when you're on vacation and everyone skips lunch. Civilization crumbles. Buildings are destroyed through war and neglect, humanity itself deteriorates, and people become like wolves to each other. And then, when nearly all of the people have killed each other, and those who are alive are acting like beasts, the mythological wolves Skoll and Hati will come out and eat the sun and the moon. The stars will fade, and everything will go dark and cold, and there will definitely be no more smorgasbords. Boy, Norse, howdy, things haven't even gotten going yet, because now the earthquakes begin. We've talked about apocalyptic earthquakes before, the kind that topple trees and crumble mountains, but these earthquakes will also cause the earth itself to shift. And guess what? To break the bonds keeping Loki and his giant monster wolf son Fenrir in captivity. And once Loki is free, the myth tells us, 3 roosters will crow, waking the giants, the warriors of Valhalla, and the dead of single hockey stick hell, the place. Meanwhile, Loki's other son, Jormungand, the Midgard serpent, will churn through the seas as he heads toward the plain of Vigridir. Newly free and awake, Loki will lead his monstrous sons and all the minions of hell to march on Asgard and challenge the Aesir. He'll be joined by the giants, led by Surtur, who carries a flaming sword. As this terrible force marches across the Bifrost towards Asgard, the great Rainbow Bridge will collapse behind them. Heimdall, who sees further than any other god, will spot Loki coming and sound the Gjallarhorn in warning. The Allfather, Odin, seeing the impending battle, will turn to his trusted advisor Mimir for advice. But when giants are marching, and your Rainbow Bridge is in pieces, and Fenrir and the Midgard Serpent are loose, a pep talk isn't really gonna help. And so the Aesir will gear up for battle alongside the Einherjar, 800 of the most honorable dead warriors from Valhalla. The Aesir and the Einherjar will follow Odin to the plain of Vigridir to face Loki's onslaught, perhaps best dealt with in the thought bubble. The battle begins and quickly turns into a collection of heroic duels. The fight doesn't go well for anyone. Tyr and Garm kill each other in battle. Thor defeats Jormungand, but not before the dying serpent spews venom all over the thunder god and Thor falls, poisoned. Even Loki and Heimdall fight so savagely that they slay each other, which I guess means someone else will have to be the worst now? Anyone have any nominations? As for Odin, he attacks with his mighty spear, Gungnir, but Fenrir seizes Odin in his mighty jaws and swallows the Allfather. With Odin consumed, an unlikely hero arises, Odin's son, Vidar, and his great magic shoe. Vidar's mythical shoe is made up of all of the thrown away scraps of all of the shoes that have been made since the beginning of time. It is huge and indestructible. And so Vidar stomps his mythic shoe down on Fenrir's bottom jaw, grabs the wolf's top jaw, and rips his head apart. Guitar solo. The end of the battle comes when Surtur, leader of the giants, finally defeats Freyr. He turns and with his flaming sword sets all the worlds ablaze. According to one version of the story, Asgard and Midgard and Jotunheim and Niflheim will become furnaces, places of raging flame, swirling smoke, ashes, only ashes. The Einarjar will die, men and women and children in Midgard will die, elves and dwarves will die, giants will die, monsters and creatures of the underworld will die, birds and animals will die, the sun will be dark, and there will be no stars in the sky. The earth will sink into the sea. Thank you, Thought Bubble. Okay, so look, Ragnarok doesn't end well. The world has been destroyed by flames, and all the people and all the gods are dead, and everything is darkness. Except, in this end of the world story, there is a silver lining. Because the worlds are consumed by flames, what remains is water. And as we've seen in creation stories, water has pretty impressive generative powers. Accordingly, the earth will rise again out of the water, fair and green. The eagle will fly over cataracts, swoop into the thunder, and catch fish under crags. Corn will ripen in fields that were never sown. But hold on, it gets even better. It turns out that not all of the gods perish in the massive inferno. Odin's sons, Vidar and Vali, and Thor's sons, Magni and Modi, survive the fire. They make their way to the plain of Idaval, where they're joined by Balder and Hodor, who have come back from the world of the dead. Haenir and the children of Vili and Ve round out a new pantheon. The best part is what happens when these new gods gather together. They sit down and they talk, telling the stories that only they know. The same stories of the Norse gods that we're talking about right now. In the grass of Idaval, they find some of the treasures of the Aesir, including Mjolnir and special golden chessboards and their pieces. In a recent retelling of the Ragnarok story by Neil Gaiman, these pieces are the characters from the myths, Loki and his children, the frost giants, and Surtur. Gaiman ends the story writing, Balder will smile like the sun coming out and reach down, and he will move his first piece. There's a lot to unpack in the Ragnarok myth, starting with whether or not it's really a reflection of the pre-Christian Germanic tradition. You probably noticed a lot of similarities between the Christian story of the apocalypse, from the blowing of the horns to the earthquake and the fire. But more importantly, the most beautiful and beloved of the gods, in this case Balder, returns from the dead. Our main sources for this story, the Eddas, were written down well after Christianity became dominant in Northern Europe and Iceland. Were the original myths influenced by Christianity? Well, it depends upon which scholar you ask. Interestingly, unlike some of the other apocalypses, this one is a beginning as well as an end. The Christian and Zoroastrian stories also establish the beginning of a new age, but Ragnarok, even though it's clearly set in the future, prefigures a renewed world that looks a lot like the old one. In Gaiman's retelling, we almost have the feeling that Ragnarok has happened, even if we're specifically told its events are in the future. The idea that the end of the world can also be the beginning of the world isn't unique, though. In Hindu mythology, the fourth age, also...
Okay, I'm going to stop here. This is enough about Ragnarok. I'm going to talk now about stories about the heroes that appear in the Prosaic Edda. I'm going to see how long. Almost 3 hours, okay. Two of the more interesting stories is the Helga Edda. Story of Helgi hunting Spain. This picture is nice. Story of Helgi hunting Spain. The love story of Helgi and Sigrun. Helgi kills Hunding and all his family, and this is why he's known as Helgi hunting Spain. Sigrun is a Valkyrie Then there is a battle against Grandmar, king of Södermanland, and others where Helgi wins. Thus, the son of Hogne wants revenge, so Odin gives him a spear, and with this spear he kills Helgi. Sigrun is very sad. She meets with the spirit of Helgi in his grave, but later Helgi doesn't come again. Then Sigrun dies, and in the future they are reborn. They are reborn as other people, and then they can stay together. I wonder if there is any video about this Helgi hauntings. Well, anyway, this is the story. It's very hard to find pictures about this, but I hope you got the point about the story. Another one that is more confusing is the Sigurd Dark Vida. Sigurd Dark Vida. Very hard to find pictures. The story of Sigurd the Volsung and the Valkyrie Brunhild. Because a love potion, Sigurd and Gudrun marry. Brunhild loves Sigurd, but it doesn't end well. So Sigurd tricks Brunhild to marry with Gunnar. Brunhild is angry and she repents killing Sigurd. Then Gudrun cries because he's dead, and Brunhild feels so bad that she suicides, and then she rests with her love Sigurd. Sigurd and Brunhild. I don't know what pictures to show, but anyway. And then there is the Nibelungen story. I don't know how to say how it is called in English. The Chant of Nibelung, maybe. Song of the Nibelungs. Nibelungenlied. There is also this opera by Wagner. The difference are a bit. The stories are a bit different. There is a treasure from the Nibelungs that is in the river Rhine. So this is a very obvious inspiration for Lord of the Rings. So Wotan, that is Odin, wants the ring to be to get wisdom, but there are then the action happens very similar to the story of Sigurd and Brunhild. In fact, Sigurd and Brunhild are characters also. Although I think in the Nibelungen story it's not called Sigurd, it's called Siegfried or Sigmund. It's a similar name but not the same. At the end, Brunhild throws the ring to the river Rhine and it is lost. And I wonder, Nibelungen, Wagner. I want to show, because I remember when I was in university I had to watch this opera. And I watched it full, and there was a very nice opera that is like fully recorded. You see Siegfried. Siegfried is instead Sigurd. It is just same name but different language. I think it is this one. Yes. Enjoy this. It's very cool. Okay. I hope you enjoy it. This is a very long opera. It's very good. I'm going to change to another mythology now. I'm going to change to the Finnish mythology. The main book and also the only one is the Kalevala. That it's compilation. Well, it was born as a compilation of stories. It is described as an epic poem compiled by Elias Lönnrot, who traveled over all Finland collecting stories, and then he composed this poem. It's very short; you can read it very quickly. Okay, I'm going to talk about the characters, and then when telling the story, I will let this picture. About the characters. About the god, there is Ukko. This is supreme god, god of the sky and thunder and the atmospheric phenomena, the supreme god. But the most important, well, this is like the most important god, but it's not really mentioned that much. I think even more important than him, at least for people, is Luonotar Ilmatar. Luonotar Ilmatar, the daughter of Ilma, the sky. This is a female being, female creator being, and she's the mother of Wainamoinen. Also, to mention that Kalevala was very influential for Tolkien. The Finnish language is very related with the Elvish languages that Tolkien created for Lord of the Rings, the Silmarillion, and such. Well, I'll say more things about that later. So there are three main characters in the Kalevala. One is Wainamoinen. This has a very complex beginning. He's the son of Luonotar Ilmatar. He spends like 30 years in I'm not sure how to say in English, like Luonotar was pregnant by him, but he spent 30 years inside the mother before being born, and then he's born like old. He is a musician, great singer. He plays the kantele. Kantele is like a kind of art with five strings. He creates the land of Kaleva from chaos. He's the eternal singer, the eternal sage. And over the story, he creates two canteles. The first, he creates a cantele from some sea creatures, and then at the end of the story, he creates another cantele from trees. So, well, not very sure that Wainamoinen is Gandalf, because, well, when I talk about the story of Kalevala, I will say more about these characters, like the role that they do in the Kalevala. And then another is Ilmarinen. This is the eternal forge master, the eternal forger. He forges the Sampo. The Sampo is a kind of artifact similar to a windmill. Sampo, let's see. Let's see what is the Sampo if it appears here, but I'm not very sure. I don't see any Sampo here, but maybe it's this thing, I don't know. It's like a kind of, okay, it's more like this. It's like a kind of windmill of abundance. It is compared with cornucopia, not sure how to say. This is the horn of abundance. It's something like that. Windmill of abundance, just thinking like that. And then another one is Lemminkainen. This is a very annoying hero. The perfect description I have for this character is annoying hero. So these three, Wainamoinen, Ilmarinen, and Lemminkainen, are the main three protagonists of the Kalevala. Before continuing with the story of Kalevala, just going to mention other things that are important about the origin of the world. Formed by an explosion of an egg. The sky is the superior cover of the egg. There is a column in the North Pole under the polar star that spins, and it forms a spiral, and through this spiral you can the souls can go to the kingdom of the dead, Tuonela. Then there is Tuonela. Not very sure what pictures to use, but well, Tuonela is the kingdom of the dead, where the souls go if you do the proper rites. It is not a place of punishment at all. In here, the rulers are the king Tuoni and his wife Tuonetar. If a human who is alive tries to arrive, he will have a terrible death. Like there is the need to cross a river, but most likely you will die in this river, as it's happened to Lemminkainen. So why it appears as swan? Because there is a part in the Kalevala that Lemminkainen wants to go to Tuonela. No, it's not that he wants to go to Tuonela, it's that he is tasked to capture a swan that is swimming in the river to Tuonela. So then he tries to capture the swan, but obviously he dies, and later he's revived by his mother. Oh, and another thing is the shamans can communicate with the dead when they enter in state of trance. Not very sure if this is a word. Like they are in drugs, so then they can communicate with the dead. So I have mentioned Tuoni and Tuonetar. These are the rulers of the underworld. Tuonetar, Tuoni and Tuonetar, the gods of death, and they have daughters, and the daughters are Kivutar, the god of piety in pain and suffering, Loviatar, the goddess of disease and plagues. She is the mother of nine sons that are the 9 diseases. And then the third one is Vamatar, the goddess of pain, disease, and suffering. I wonder if there is daughters. I suppose this. I don't know. Other characters. Just mentioning them, and then I explain the Kalevala. There is Kullervo, who is a man who I read, and after reading the story I can imagine, but not the story of Tolkien is better. Tolkien got the inspiration for Turin Turamba from this character. Also for me the Turin Turamba story is much better, but anyway, Kullervo is like a man who there are some family, but never mind. When I tell the Kalevala, I talk about him. Just saying that Kullervo has sex with his sister without knowing that it's his sister, and then they suicide. Just the same as Turin Turamba. And there is Aniki, that I have read that this is the daughter, although it doesn't appear like that in the Kalevala. Finnish mythology. Aniki is the goddess of nightmares and the forest. Then there is Tapio, Finnish god. Tapio is the god of the forest. He's something like this. And then some. Well, he has also a family. He has his wife is Mieliki. He's the father of Aniki, Teliervo, Niriki, and Tuliki. There's a whole family for this, but just remember this, Tapio. Another creatures, there is the Meninkainen, is a kind of gnome, something like this, I suppose. Like a kind of leprechaun spirit of the forest. And there is the Naki. What is Naki? Finnish mythology. It's like a spirit of the water, something like that. It's a shapeshifter, and he's like annoying. The bear is the more sacred animal for the Finnish. It gives prosperity to the hunting. And then another last creature I'm going to mention is the perkele. This is Finnish mythology. You see, very hard to find pictures of this. Perkele is related with the demon. Like when Christianism arrived, he's related with Christianism. Originally, it was the god of thunder. He was demonized with Christianism, and he's related with Perkunos from the Slavic tradition, or Thor from the Scandinavian tradition. And now, yes, the Kalevala. Another thing before Kalevala. The heroes, when in the Kalevala they mention hero, they don't mean specifically that a hero is a powerful person in battle. A hero can also be a person who is really good in wisdom, in work. Like, it's not a word specifically for battle. Like, you don't need to be a hero in battle to be a hero. You can be a hero if you are sake of your skills are wonderful and this, like this. Okay, now the Kalevala. So in the story of Kalevala, there are two main places that are Kaleva and Pohjola. So Kaleva is in the south and Pohjola is in the north. Imagine Finland, so it is like divided in two. And all these people, the Vainamoinen, Ilmarinen, Lemminkainen, all of these are in Kaleva. And they go to Pohjola to get a wife. And this is when I explain the characters. I will say that I felt very disappointed about this story. I expected more. Because the three main characters are Vainamoinen, Ilmarinen, and Lemminkainen. Vainamoinen is an old man who wants a wife no matter what, and he's like, I want that you are my wife. And the woman is like, no, I don't want to be your wife. And then Vainamoinen says, yes, but you must be my wife. So the woman escapes, and then Vainamoinen is like sad because nobody wants to be his wife. All the time it's like this. Then Ilmarinen is the most normal of all of them. He's like a swordsman. He's very skilled and he wants a wife, but it's not his main priority, let's say like that. Ilmarinen is more normal, a more normal person. And then Lemminkainen is the annoying hero. Lemminkainen is all the time searching for trouble. He's like, let me try to remember some episode, because there are like 3 or 4 times, if I remember well, that he's like, I'm going to war because I want. And his mother is like, no, don't go to war because you are going to die and such. And then Lemminkainen is, I don't care, I'm going to war because I want. I want to go to war and do things and annoy people, basically. So then he goes to war and annoys people. Or also he wants to find a wife, and it is the same. He is all the time trying to seduce women. Very annoying. For me, Lemminkainen is very annoying. So these 3 protagonists, Vainamoinen, he's portrayed as a wise man, but he's also annoying, at least for me. So I don't know how to feel about these myths. Anyway, so the story is like they want a wife. This Vainamoinen wants a wife, and he goes to Pohjola. And then there is the maiden of Pohjola, like the ruler or something like that. And this ruler has a daughter. She said, you will have my daughter as a wife, but you have to give me something powerful in exchange, like for example, a sampo. But Vainamoinen can't craft a sampo because he's not a forger, so he asked Ilmarinen to craft the sampo, and Ilmarinen is like, okay, I can get a wife if I craft a sampo, so sure. Then Ilmarinen crafts the sampo, and he gets the wife, that is the daughter of the lady of Pohjola. For a time, they are kind of happy. Like this daughter is helping Ilmarinen in the forge, but she's like not very happy because she wants to be like a princess, but instead she is with a random forge master. So she's a bit annoying also. So then this is when Kullervo enters in the action. Well, if we're talking about Kullervo, as just saying about Lemminkainen. Lemminkainen is like a how to say this? Lemminkainen should not exist. Okay, it's like if you remove Lemminkainen from the story, it doesn't matter because he's just an annoying character that doesn't matter. But at some points in the story, it's like the action changes to Lemminkainen, and then it tells how Lemminkainen is being annoying with some of his adventures. There is one adventure that, as I said before, he is tasked with catching a swan in the river of Tuonela, of the entrance of Tuonela, and then he dies. He's dismembered in many parts, and the mother has to go find the parts, put them together, and so Lemminkainen is resurrected. He was fine being dead, but anyway. Sorry, it seems I hate Lemminkainen a lot, but trust me, he's very annoying. So returning to Ilmarinen and Kullervo. I'm going to see if I find a picture. Ilmarinen and Kullervo. Not very sure what picture to add, but anyway, this Kullervo is the son of someone. I don't remember exactly the names of the family of Kullervo, but it's like his father has a fight with his brother, if I remember well, and then the brother, like his uncle, kills the father, and then they try to kill Kullervo because Kullervo is like cursed. Like he becomes like an orphan. Then Kullervo is sold as a slave to Ilmarinen. Then he works for Ilmarinen for some time, but if you remember, the wife of Ilmarinen, who is the daughter of the lady of Pohjola, she is very annoying with Kullervo. Like it's like a cruel stepmother, and at the end there is conflict and Kullervo kills her. After killing her, he flees, he goes away. When Ilmarinen discovers this, obviously Ilmarinen is very sad because his wife is dead and he's very angry with Kullervo. Then Kullervo is like, he wants revenge against his uncle who killed his family. He thinks that all his family is dead, but in reality his sister is not dead, but he doesn't know where it is. Actually, I'm thinking that maybe I'm confusing some details with the tale of Turin Turambar, because I think he meets with his father. I think it's not like his father dies, or I don't know, he meets with some family members and they say that the sister is alive, but we don't know where it is because your sisters went to the forest and never returned. At some point, Kullervo meets a random woman that supposedly is a beggar, and then Kullervo rapes her, basically. Kullervo takes this girl to his chariot, he rapes her, and then they present themselves like, I am the son of whatever, and then the daughter says, I'm also the daughter of whatever, and then this is how they discover that they are family. So it's like he raped his sister, so then the sister suicides, like throwing herself in a mountain, and he doesn't suicide yet because he still wants revenge. So when he has the revenge, then he suicides with his sword. The sword that he gets is like a magic sword. I don't remember well now how he gets this sword, but at the end it's like he's talking with the sword and saying, sword, will you drink my blood even if I'm cursed because all the bad things that I have done? And the sword is, sure, I will drink your blood. And at the end he throws himself to the sword and then he dies. Well, going back to Lemminkainen, another annoying episode. So as I was saying before, Lemminkainen was being annoying, wanting to go to war, so he goes to Pohjola. He has a fight with a random lord, and he kills the lord, and then there is conflict between between Kaleva and Pohjola. So at some point, because this conflict and because Ilmarinen had lost the wife because Kullervo killed the wife, then Vainamoinen, Ilmarinen, and Lemminkainen, they make a team and they go to recover the magic sample. Obviously, the Lady of Pohjola doesn't want to give the sample, but they steal it anyway. Vainamoinen sings and everyone falls asleep. Then they open the mountain where the sample is protected. They steal the sample. They flee in ship to escape, and then the Lady of Pohjola calls some storms like for trying to recover the sample. The sample gets broken, falls to the water. Vainamoinen gets the fragment, returns to the plate, to his original place in Kaleva. Then when he's back in Kaleva, the Lady of Pohjola also does some kind of destruction, but Vainamoinen saves everyone. At the end, Vainamoinen is like tired of everything, and he just go to the sea in his ship to rest forever, and that's all. And this is how the story ends. So this is the story of Kalevala. Good for Ilmarinen, but the other two are just terrible. Going now to the Celtic mythology. And see how long I am, 3 hours and a half, okay. Celtic mythology. For this, the main book or compilation or whatever you want to call it is the Mabinogion. Mabinogion is like a collection of tales. It is not one story. Each chapter is like different story, although they are some of them are related. Like it is divided in 3 parts, so it's like the 4. And in part 1 there are 4 stories that are connected. Then there is part 2 that there are other stories that they are not very connected, but no, they are not connected at all. And then the second part, others independent stories, and then the third part are other stories that are more related with the Arthurian tradition, like King Arthur and such. In Mabinogion, King Arthur is mentioned many times, especially in the last 7 stories, 5, 6, 7 stories, he's mentioned. So this is why I'm going to talk also a bit about Arthurian mythology, but I repeat again, I haven't read yet the Arthurian books, the original books, so not talking too much about that. So about the Mabinogion, I'm going to first talk about show the characters, and then I will talk about the myths. Well, I will do more or less at the same time, but there are some gods first. So well, about the Celtic cult, the trees are sacred. There were possibly human sacrifices. They had the trophy heads, and then this is the culture of the druids and the bards. When I talk about Celtic, you have to think in whole Europe before Christianism. It's like the pagan Europe. So then there are the druids. I suppose this. When I think in druid, I think, let me show what I think. Druid, aesthetics. When I think in druid, I think in this. I'm going to use this picture. The druids are the sages, philosophers, divines, prophets associated with Mistletoe. It's a kind of nature wizard, something like this. And then the bards are the ones who sing the songs. Bard, there is this bard, so that he sings the songs of the heroes. There are some festivities, and well, the cycle of Ulster, I'm going to write this, cycle of Ulster cycle. This is the story of the traditional heroes of the Ulaid. The main hero is Cuchulainn. Okay, I'm going to talk now about it. I'm going to be jumping off in the things. Kuchulain. His name is like related with a dog because it's like Kuchulain, and because let me remind this. Kuchulain, the dog of Kulan in Iris. So he's like Kuchulain kills the dog of Kulan. Kuchulain. Hero, son of Lugh. This is why I should start with the gods first. I think how to do because okay. Never mind. I talk about the gods first because if not, you're going to miss different parts. So I was talking about the Ulster cycle and then the Ocean cycle. This is Ocean. Well, and this is also. I love this painting. And this is also called the Fenian cycle. I suppose this is how they say in English. Fenian or Fenian cycle. Okay. The tale of the hero Fionn Mac Cumhail and his son is Ossian or Oisin. That supposedly is the writer of these tales. Okay, now the gods. About the animals, they are very important. Humans can transform into animals. The animals can talk and give advice. And the gods, they have different names because the languages. Because there are gods that because Europe is very big, so it's like in France, in Germany, in Ireland, in Britain and such, they have the name is a little bit different depending the place. So for the main god, or well, not exactly the main god, but the god that is mostly venerated is Lugh. Lugh, that is also called like Lugh or Lugus, is a very important god. He's the master of the arts and skills. He's the multiple artisan. It is like a pan-Celtic god, a god that is venerated over all the Celtic Europe. He's also, I'm going to write here the different names. So it's Lugh, Lugus, and also Leu or Lev. All these names are related to him. It's related to the festivity of Lugnastad. There you go. And this other most important god is the mother god. That is called Matrona, Modron. Well, I suppose this is Roman. Well, this is Roman, but anyway, it is the mother god, the mother earth, goddess of fertility. Other names are Noreia, Sequana, Brigantia. Anyway. And now. Dana. Not this Dana. The goddess Dana. This goddess also has many names. Dana, it can also be called Dawn. She is the mother of Dagda and the sons of Dana. This is the well, this is also called Dawn or Anan. Anan or Anna, something like this. And the important about this one are the sons. Those are the Tuatha, the Danann, the sons of Danann. So then there is, I'm going to let this picture here. Then there is Dagda. Dagday, the supreme god, the god of the druids, lord of the elements, knowledge, a judge, a warrior, the lord of science. Is a very important god. Another one is Valar or Valor. This is a giant god with one eye like in the face and one eye behind, and if you see the eye, then you will die. Another one is Morrigan. Celtic. I suppose I don't know. Morrigan is the queen of the ghost, goddess of war. She encourages the warriors to battle. Another one is Brigid. This is the goddess of fire and poetry. Then there is Epona, that is the goddess of the horse. Epona, goddess of the horses. Then there is Ternunos, the god of the forest, god of abundance and lord of the wild animals. He's represented with the deer horns, like this. Belenus, god of agriculture. Teutates, warrior god and protector of the tribes. Taranis, god of thunder. And this Taranis, okay, not this. Taranis, god of thunder. Esus, bloody god, lord of the forest. I suppose this. Okay, now the sons of Dana, or the sons of Ton, that these are the Tuatha de Danann. I'm going to write it here. Tuatha de Danann. You see this picture, but I'm going to write the names here just so you can see what I'm talking, because these names are also a bit complicated. Tuatha de Danann are the sons of Dan. And these are Arianrhod, Gwydion, Gylfaethwy, Amaethon, and Nud. And then Arianrhod and Gwydion have two sons that are Bilan and Leo. And Leo marries with Blodeuwedd. They are like from a divine race with the blonde hair and like very beautiful and such. Then there are the children of Lear. These are Bran, Branwen, Manawydan, and this Manawydan is the partner of Rhiannon, and before Rhiannon was the partner of it was pretty Quill, and they have a kid that is called Pryderi. Maybe it's not making any sense why I'm doing this now, but you will understand very soon when I talk about the myths. Okay, now I talk about the myths. Story of Quill and Rhiannon. So the man who was going to marry with Rhiannon is called Wal. I'm going to write the name. Wal, something like that. But Quill wants to marry with Rhiannon, so they do something to avoid Wall to marry with her. And at the end, Quill and Rhiannon marry, and they have a kid that is called Pryderi. Pryderi is kidnapped, and Rhiannon is accused to have killed him. But and because of this, she has to go through penitence. Like, she has to do some kind of self-punishment. Well, in reality, he was kidnapped. She didn't kill him. So, in a castle of Arbor, baby horses are disappearing. And it results that it was Pryderi who was stealing them. Pryderi was still like a baby, stealing these horses. So when he is discovered, then he is taken back to his father's, and then they reunite. Another story. And remember this about Wall, because later there will be... Just remember. Story of Branwen and Bran. Let's see. I put this one. Matholg. Sorry for my pronunciation, but these names are very strange. Matholg, like this man, is the king of Ireland, and he wants to marry with Branwen. And Branwen is the sister of Bran, and Bran is the king of Britain. So he accepts, and Matholg and Branwen marry. The stepbrother is opposed to this union, and he kills the horses of Matholg. Then Matholg gets very sad, and he thinks that he has been insulted, so Bran doesn't want to have any enmity with him. So he does some gifts, and they like make peace. The most interesting thing for me about all these stories is that Bran has a magic cauldron that can revive the dead. And it reminded me to the movie Taron and the Magic Cauldron. Magic Cauldron. Obviously, I didn't expect to find anything, but I'm just going to port this part because, trust me, these stories don't have almost anything magic. It's just people doing people things, but there are not much magic in them. So this cauldron is like finally something that's magic. This cauldron is like you put skeletons inside the cauldron, and then the skeletons are like kind of revived and get life, but the only bad thing is that they can't talk. So it's Taron and the Black Cauldron. Let's see if I can find... Okay, the Army of the Dead. Okay. This is not really related with this story. I'm just showing this because the cauldron. What is this one?
I call on my army of the dead, the cauldron born. Arise, my messengers of death. Our time has arrived. Never has anyone created an army like this. Go forth, my deathless warriors. Destroy all in your path.
Okay, enough. That is most interesting thing for me. So again, returning to the Branwen and Bran story. So this Bran has this magic cauldron. The story continues with that Matholwoods and Branwen are married, but because all the issues with the stepbrother of Bran with the killing of the horses and such, Matholwoods is like still with resentment, so he makes that Branwen is like a kind of servant, like not like a princess. So because of this, Bran gets angry and there is conflict. Bran is hurt because a poisoned spear, and Branwen dies because sadness, because she was the cause of the enmity between the islands of Ireland and Britain. Another story. Manawydan. I just put this. Pwyll dies. Remember, Pwyll was the first husband of Rhiannon. Their kid was Pryderi. So Pwyll dies, and then and Pwyll is also the brother of Branwen. Anyway, Pwyll dies, and Manawydan marries with Rhiannon. And then they, with Pryderi, the son of Pwyll and Rhiannon, they go to Dyfed, and in Dyfed there is a curse. The houses disappear and the field is covered with a magic fog. Then they go to England and they work in different jobs, but they are so good that the people in the places where they go want to kill them. So it's like they are so good in a job, they want to kill them because everyone goes to buy the things to them and the others are poor. So then they don't want to kill anyone, so then they go to another city, and then in this city is just the same. They are too good with their job, and then everyone wants to kill them and they move to another place. So at the end they return to Dyfed, and they survive because hunting, and they notice that there is a mouse that is stealing the harvest. Manawydan is going to sacrifice this mouse, but the priest, the bishop, goes to him and is like, no, don't kill the mouse, I'm going to buy it to him. But Manawydan is like, no, I'm going to sacrifice this mouse, and you're not going to do anything to stop it. And at the end, it is revealed. Then the bishop is like, ask something. What do you want that happens so you don't sacrifice the mouse? And then Manawydan is asking like, I don't want the lands to get empty, and he's asking a lot of requirements, and at the end it is discovered that this bishop in reality is a wizard. The mouse is his wife, and in reality this bishop is Luid. I'm going to write the name. Is wait, I lost it. Luid, and he is doing this as revenge against Pwyll. Is the first husband of Rhiannon. If you remember, they made that Wall won't marry with Rhiannon, so it's like this. He's doing this as revenge against that. At the end, Dyfed is liberated from the curse. Okay, another story. Story of math. I know that if I write math, I'm going to get mathematics. So let's see how I find a picture about this math. Maybe no here. Well, I just put this picture. Math is a wizard. Math and his Nufus, I suppose it's called like this. Sobrino is Nufus, yes. So Math and his Nufus, that are Gilfed, and Gwydion, they fight against Frideri and they kill him. There is a virgin woman called Goewin. Matt desires her, but the nympho raped her. Matt gets angry and he transforms them in animals for 3 years. This whole topic of the virgin girls happen over all the stories. All the time, the men are asking to the woman, "Are you virgin? Are you virgin?" It's very typical in these stories. Another one. You remember before I talked about the god Luke. So now I'm going to talk about Leo, that is related with him. Leo, Lau, Ifes. I just like this picture. This is a funny story, at least for me. Leo is the son of Arianrod and Gwydion. His wife is Bloodywed, but Bloodywed has a lover that is called Grongpedir, and they plan the death of Leo. Just before continue, I just say a bit about his birth. He's like a cursed child. They don't want to have him, but they have it, and they say this kid is not going to have a wife. But at the end, this Bloodywed is born like from flowers or something, and she becomes the wife. And he's like, nobody can kill me except, and this is the funny thing, they want to kill him, but he cannot be killed. And he's like, nobody can kill me, only with a spear that is forged in a day where forging spears is forbidden. And also, you can only kill me also in the twilight if I am covered by a net with a feet in a cauldron of water, another feet on a goat, like super weird. He says this to Bloodywed, his wife. Bloodywed is like tells this to the husband, not to the husband, to the lover, because they are planning to kill him. So at some point, Bloodywed says him, "Can you show me this position you saved me for kill you, because I think it's not possible, right?" And so he showed that position, obviously, because he's stupid, and then the lover kills him, but he doesn't kill him at all, because Leo became an eagle and flies away. Gwydion gives him human form again, and Bloodywed is transformed into an owl and is rejected by the other birds. Another story. Cults and Olwen. So this story is about cults, that is the cousin of Arthur, like the King Arthur. Here, Arthur starts appearing in the stories. Cults wants to marry with Olwen. She is the daughter of the giant Isbadaden. Even if Cults and Olwen love each other after meeting, the thing is that the father will die when she marries. So Osbadaden says Cults to do impossible tasks before marrying with Olwen. So Cults ask help to his cousin Arthur, and together they do the task. And at the end, finally Cults and Olwen marry and the father dies. And now, the next part is the Mag Tweeted. Mag Tweeted is the middle of the pillars or the middle of the towers. There are two battles. The cat might get tweeted. As you see here, cat might get tweeted. The first battle is the first story is Nuadu, and the first battle of the Mag Tweeted. Nuadu is also spelled Nuada. Nuadu. I knew that it was not going to appear in anything. Mag Tweeted. Okay, I love this picture. Or this picture is better. You will see why. So the Tuatha de Danann, the sons of Danann, have this battle against the Firbolg for the control of Ireland. The Firbolg are the men of the Sacs, Greek slaves. The Tuatha win. Nuadu was the king of the Tuatha de Danann, and he had a magic sword, but he lost the arm. And because the king had to be complete, like don't have any scar or something, then the throne passed to Bress, unpopular king. So Nuadu asked someone to forge him a silver arm. So this is why here you see that he has the arm of other color. This is actually a silver arm. And then he recovered the throne. The Tuatha win. The second battle is Lugh. Just put this picture. Lugh and the second battle of the Mag Tuired. The Tuatha fight for the control of the land against the Formoire, a terrible sea monsters of one hand and one arm, whose leader is Valor, or Valar, if you remember, and this is Valar Celtic. This monster. And he kills Nuadu, the one of the silver arm, and then Lugh was the leader. Lugh the Brilliant was acclaimed because he was a great poet, artisan, musician, warrior, wizard, and was also the grandchild of Valar. So casual. He was the grandchild of Valar. So at the end, Lugh kills Valar and his army returns to the sea. Lugh is also called as Lugh Lamhada, the one of the long arm. And there is the festivity of the Lugh Nasad for him. The goddess of war and fertility Morrigan helped the Tuatha in both battles. And then the defeat of the Tuatha de Danann. The sons of Milid are going to come. The Tuatha send a wind to make the ship of the sons of Milid to get lost in the sea, but they fail because Milid had the poet wizard called Amhairgin. The sons of Milid defeat the Tuatha de Danann with their iron weapons. The Tuatha cursed them, but they made a pact. The Tuatha will live under the land, in the hills or the graves, and the others went to Tir Nanoch. I'm going to see if I find something. Tir Nanoch. This is a magic island. It will appear later in the myth of Ossian. Tir Nanoch, the land of eternal youth. Others were transformed into banshees. I will tell later about creatures. Lugh was an artisan under the land. He is called Luchorpine. Luchorpine. No idea, but anyway, Luchorpine, and his companions are the leprechauns. I'll talk about that later. So this is how the Tuatha de Danann were transformed into magical beings that do short visits to the exterior. Now, some creatures. Now. The Banshee is like this. It can be represented as a young or also old. It has the hairs in the wind, and the eyes are like red because crying so much. It announces death and lamentation. It is like a fiery of death. Very cool picture. Then the leprechaun is this. They are tricksters, shoemakers, guardians of hidden treasures, and cauldrons filled with gold. And now, the heroes I talked before, and I have to stop. Cuchulainn. This hero. Son of Lugh, hero of light, hero of the civilization. He is a terrible warrior, attractive for women. He is married with Emer after going through some tasks. He makes war against Aoife. They have a love story and a son called Conlai or Conla. Or yes, Conlai or like that. And he kills the son as accident because he doesn't know that it is his son. At the end, he is in love with Fand, but Fand is unfaithful, and then Fand receives a potion of forgetfulness. There is a fight between Cuchulainn and Med. Cuchulainn dies, and a raven stays in his arm when he's dying. There is a very good picture about his death. Cuchulainn death. Let me see this one. Well, it is not exactly this one, but this one. So it's like he's tied in the rock to die while standing up, and then the raven stays in his arm. The other great hero is Finn MacCumhail. Finn MacCumhail. Hello, how is everything going? Everything is going fine. Actually, I'm near the end. I'm 4 hours, okay? We don't continue because I'm tired and I want to finish. I'm very close to the end. So Finn MacCumhail is another hero. Finn is a military hero, son of the warrior Cumhail. Finn is also called Fionn or Fionn. You can find it with the different names like Fionn MacCumhail, Finn MacCumhail. Anyway, and he is the father of Ossian. Later I will talk about Ossian. So Finn is very beautiful and he's like Finn the Brilliant. He is given to adoption after the death of his father. He is educated with Finnegas, a bard. There is an incident with fishing and he tries fish and then he becomes wise. She is going to find the Fianna, that are a tribe of people. Finn helps the Fianna. He sees a deer, he follows this deer, and it results that it's a woman that is called Sad or Saba, and they fall in love. The Fianna reclaims Finn, and Sab disappears. Time later, he finds a kid who he recognizes that he's his son Oisin or Ossian. The boy grew and he became a warrior and poet. Now Ossian, story of Ossian. This, but there is a much better painting that I love much more. It is this one, but there is one that looks even better. It's like a copy paste of this, but looks amazing. Ossian awakening the spirits. The colors are a bit weird, but anyway, I'm going to put this picture. So Ossian, he went to the Tirnanoch. Tirnanoch is the island of eternal youth, the island of the fairies. One day he went to hunt and he finds a woman called Nia. They fall in love and together they travel to Tirnano. They stayed in there for 3 centuries, but Ocean wants to return to his world. Niam gives him a horse and she saves him. You can go, but never set feet in the mortal world. When he arrives to his world, everything was changed because obviously 3 centuries had passed. And then Christianism was like people believed in Christianism. So Ocean falls from the horse and he became old and blind. And people around there try to convert him to Christianism, but he says, "I don't want to be Christian. I don't want to forget my old beliefs." So this is the story of Ocean. I think this painting is about his remembering the people of his world. Let's see if I find Ocean and Nia. Maybe there is a painting or something like that. Journey of Ocean to Tirnano. This story is very nice. Another hero that is Breogan. This is from Galicia in Spain. Mythical king of Galicia. Then there is the story of Deirdre. Deirdre is a tragic heroine. Her name means pain. There is a prophecy where it is said that she is cursed. She marries with Naoise, but they are treasoned by a king Conchobar. Naoise dies and Deirdre falls from the chariot, hitting his head with a rock, and she dies. Another story is Diarmuid and Grania. Grania was promised with Finn McCumile, remember the other hero. But she and Diarmuid loved each other, so they escape. Finn McCumile gets angry and he pursues them for years. Aengus, the god of love, and the stepfather of Diarmuid, gives them an invisibility cloak. McCumile surrenders, and then Diarmuid is invited by McCumile to join him to a hunting of boars as kind of forgiveness. But this is a trap. Diarmuid dies because a boar. Cumile rejects helping him and let him die. Then Grania stays sad. Aengus transports the corpse of Diarmuid to an enchanted place where the lovers will communicate forever. So there are some stories about fantastic travels. There are travels in the sea to different islands. One of these travels I already told is the travel of Ocean to the Tirnanoch island. But there are others. There is Brand and the island of Woman. Bran and his crew go to Tir Ina Van, the island of women where everything is great except that you cannot escape. Another is Milduin and the Wonderful Islands. Milduin wants to avenge the death of his father. He goes to the sea, but his 3 stepbrothers went to the ship without permission. And it's like you have to go with a specific number of people in your ship. But the 3 stepbrothers went in and then they broke the number. So there are different adventures. They go to an island of jewels, island of crying, island of joy. These stepbrothers get lost in these islands. They also go to the islands of women, and at the end they arrive to the island of the murderer of his father. And what happens in the end is a plot twist. Finally a plot twist. You might think he wants to avenge his father. He finally arrives to the island of the murderer of his father. Now he's going to kill him. No, plot twist. Because when they meet, they become friends. So He and the murderer of his father became friends, and Mildwyn is like celebrated as a great explorer. Interesting end of a story. More stories. These are now related with Arthuric tradition. Owain and the Lady of the Fountain. Owain is married with the Lady of the Fountain, but he loses her when he is like I'm thinking how to say in English. He's like too focused in the war things, so he doesn't think too much in the love things. So that's the reason, because there should be a balance between the war things. Actually, it's not war things. How I want to say it, like night things, because this is something that will happen in the Middle Ages. I'm starting to mix because this is like a transition from Middle Ages now, from the mythology of Middle Ages. So well, that is the story. Then the history of Peredur. Peredur is the equivalent of Percival or Parsifal, that is one of the knights of the circle table. It is said that circle table, Camelot, round table, okay, round table. Is one of the knights of King Arthur in the Round Table. There he has adventure about the holy grail. How it is called in English like that? Santo Grial, the Holy Grail. Okay. Another story is Geraint and Enid. I'm going to write this one. Geraint and Enid. They fall in love, they marry. It is said that Geraint, he has become like too soft, too good, and he don't. This is like the opposite of the other one. He don't pay much attention to the war things, and Enid became sad because this. Then there are some things happening, and at the end they make peace. So you see, there is one story where the woman is sad because the husband is too focused in the war things and don't pay attention to the love things. But in this story, it's the opposite. He pays too much attention to the love things and don't pay attention to the war things, and then the wife is also sad. To finish, well, not to finish because I changed this story later. I go now to Arthurian mythology. I just go very quick about this. Oh no, I forgot something. I forgot the creatures. Then there is the fairy. Not this fairy. Celtic. These fairies. Spirits, protectors of nature. These are beautiful, but then there are some ugly fairies, like the Huilion. These are ugly fairies, are more like witches. Then there are the Far, Darrig, solitary, lonely fairy that dresses in red. Then there is the Pixie. This is another kind of fairy. Then there is the Brownie or Bruni. This one. It's like house, a spirit of the house, kind of fairy of the house, something like that. It's like the domestic elves from Harry Potter, basically. Then there are the Spriggans. It's weird forest things that they live in ruins and such. The Bogart, another home spirit that is a shapeshifter, can change form. The gnome, these gnomes, creatures of the lands, the mines, treasure, underworld, such. And they are this is like the vampire. It's a female vampire. And now, yes, and now I go to Arthurian mythology. Just a few concepts because later I forget. Ouroboros is this snake that is a circle and the snake bites the tail. This appears in different European mythologies. And alchemy is the practice like proto-scientist, philosophical, with knowledge of chemistry, metalwork, medicine, astrology, spiritualism, and more. You know, like the alchemist, like this kind of wizard. I'm tired of not finding the pictures. Celtic alchemist. Well, you know what kind of alchemist I mean. So some concepts about Middle Ages, Arthurian and Romanesque and such. It's the ideals of the how to say this in English, amor cortés, like the polite love. I don't know if this is the correct way to say it. Polite love is like this love that is like the in Middle Ages the marriages were arranged, so then they invented this polite love for having some kind of entitlement, I suppose. And then there are the knight duties. You know, the medieval knight duties and such. Just going very fast, I don't want to talk much about this. I will talk much more in the future. Just naming King Arthur. Who is King Arthur? You know for sure is this king that gets the sword Excalibur from the rock, and he became the king of Camelot. No, the Round Table. Not this Round Table, Camelot. This Round Table, the Knights, the Holy Grail. So it's like they go in the search of the Holy Grail and sort. At the end, there are two important characters for the fall of King Arthur and Camelot that are Sir Lancelot and Ginevra or Ginevere. That Ginevra is the wife of Arthur, but Lancelot, who is one of the knights of the Round Table, they have love. They have love. In the end, they are discovered, and it's like a kind of civil war between Arthur and his loyal knights and Lancelot and such. Then there is Mordred also at this bastard. Not really bastard is from the correct word, but it's like a bastard son of. I'm going to share how it is called. Hijo bastardo. Okay, bastard son of Arthur that he has with her stepsister. He has two stepsisters that are Morgana, Morgause, and then there is also Merlin. You know, Merlin. I'm just going extremely fast. You know Merlin, the wizard. Anyway, just going very fast because I will talk about this in the future more deeply. And finally, I just want to mention Tristan and Isolde. This is love story. I will also talk about this in another time. Just mention it. Love story involving a love potion, and they die. Tristan dies, and Isolde goes to the grave, and she dies, and then they are together always in the tomb. So it's just to finish, Romanesque mythology, there are like for example the Cid Campeador. Stories like the Cid Campeador, a very famous story from Spain. Then the Roldan, not this Roldan, France. I suppose this Roldan, the chant of Roldan, another important story. You know, like for example, the hunting of the witches and this, the Tales of Canterbury. Tales of Canterbury is mentioning it, and of course the Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri about his travel to the hell, Inferno, Purgatory, and Paradise. And finally, also remember about Christianity, because the Bible has very interesting myths, and I'm not going to talk about the Bible in the future when I talk more deeply about it. I'm not going to talk about the Bible as religion. I'm going to talk about the Bible as mythology. So there are interesting stories from the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament is the story of the bright people, how do you say in English? The Hebrews. And then the New Testament is the story of Jesus. So yes, just mentioning that. I will talk about that more in the future, and I think with this it's over. I hope you enjoyed this. This is everything before the Christian Europe. Next streams will be in Christian Europe. So until next time. Oh no, I'm saying goodbye now. That I just remember the last thing. Sorry. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Because I'm very tired and I want to finish, but I just remembered something. Sorry. I want to play this, the An Artistic Adventure, the last one. Because I'm missing fixing the Vikings and the small Europe. Okay, this won't take very long anyway. I'm checking the phone if it is working fine. Yes. Okay, you remember this is a game I made, so I'm missing fix checking the Vikings, Scandinavia. This was very specific. Scandinavia and then Europe. This one. I'm going to do Europe also in this stream, because then I have a European version with that is ampliated. I want to finish fixing this game until the end. So let's go Scandinavia. Oslo. Oslo EU. Oslo South. Trondheim Cathedral. Uppsala Cathedral. This is Roskilde Cathedral. There is nothing. Yes, okay. Scandinavia. Bra Åsele. Åsele City. Relic of the Vikings. Bra Åsele Revelation. Yelling Revelation. Mamen crosses. Mamen chest. Mamen Axe, Stele of Harald Balatan, Mamen Axe. I should change that with Bronstone. Nothing to change. Here, oh, and this is Harald. I'm of the snow. I'm king of Denmark, and also of Norway since I got there. Who is this? I'm King Harald Balatan. Tales of Jelly. Gosford Cross. Stones of the island of Man. With obtained roots. Bank stone. Parancial stones. Soberano Bay. Ornaments. Upland runestone. Linksberg runestones. English runestones. Orchestra runestones. Arvalanke runestones. Urnes stavkirke. Urnes decoration. This is for stavkirke. Urnes stavkirke. Just check. This is Heda Stavkirke. This is Edaret Stavkirke. Urnes. Urnes style. I think there was a relic of stuff here. I'm going to check again. I think I missed it. Relic of the Star Clique. I knew I had missed it. Navia. This is for Star Clique. Okay, so it is done. This is Finland. There is nothing. Travel to the world. Going to Europe now. Europe. to start from the bottom. Spain. Burgos Cathedral, San Isidoro de León, San Juan de la Peña, San Martín de Fronsta, San Clemente de Taúl. Sí, San Clemente de Taúl, Pantón. Pre-Romanesque relic. These are generic the periods. Romanesque relic. That one is in the Hill Peppers Works in England. This is all France. Yes, it works fine. Okay. And I suppose the other road is to go to Latin America. This is for Latin America. San Francisco Agatepec. This is very beautiful church. Video game cartridge. Yes, because video games are also art. And I think that is the only thing. France. Notre Dame du Port, Romanesque Church, France Shop, France Inn, France Painting Academy. Who is this? It was hard, but with the Impressionist triumph at last. This is Monet. Yes, in Monet. Realist painting, Impressionist painting, Symbolist painting, Eiffel Tower, Notre Dame of Paris, Notre Dame of Paris, Musical Partiture. Photographic camera, England and Versailles, Saint-Exupéry, Gothic relic, Cinematograph, Catacombs of Paris, Paleo-Christian relic, Byzantine relic, Germany. I'm just going to check these teleports work fine. Versailles. This is King Louis XIV. I'm the great Stone King, and I'm so much beautiful. Say your name. Salute King Louis. Say yes. This is England. Okay, going to England first. England. What picture? England. Westminster Abbey, London Parliament, Brighton Royal Pavilion, Export France, Kilbeck Church, Gloucester Cathedral, one of my favorites, Gloucester Cathedral, Relic of Jesus Christ, United States, oops, out. States, Washington Capitol, Statue of Liberty, Neoclassical Relic, Statue of Liberty, very ugly. Oh my god, I got it. I know who it is, from Jojo. Oh yes, I remember I put some Jojo's Bizarre Adventure character here. This is Neoclassical. I'm going to find out other Jojo's characters. So I think I put one in France. I put Polnareff in France. Where is Polnareff? I don't think it's this one. This one maybe. There are so many beautiful girls in here, it's like a paradise. Yes, this is Polnareff. People always take care of me and I get pissed because they risk their lives. I wonder where I put the other. Central Europe. This is for modernist art. Secession, Vienna, Brugge City Hall. This is the Hotel Tassel. Hotel Tassel, Modern Relic, Modernist Relic. This is Germany. Germany. Cologne Cathedral. Relic of Europe, that is